Some events leave a deep mark on history, but none on the land. This is the site of the Battle of Hastings. After almost 1,000 years, no traces of the bloody conflict can be seen. But here, the fate of England turned. It's where a king was killed, and his victor claimed the throne. October 14th, 1066. We know what happened here on this day, thanks to this. The Bayeux Tapestry. A carefully preserved, illustrated record of events. It shows the main players. Harold, the newly crowned Anglo-Saxon King of England, and his challenger, William, Duke of Normandy. William claimed the previous king had promised him the crown. So, he assembled an army and prepared to sail to England to fight King Harold for the throne. But a storm thwarted his plans. Meanwhile, Harold discovered that a Viking invasion had landed in the north. Another threat to his crown. So he raced to fight them. In France, William waited for the right conditions to sail across the Channel to England. The weather cleared. He seized his chance. "250 miles north, Harold had defeated the Vikings. Now, hearing of William's arrival, his army sped south. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on this hill, William's Norman army were ready to do battle with Harold's Anglo-Saxon men. The stage was set, and up for grabs, England itself. On October 14th, 1066, William of Normandy stood ready for battle at the base of a hill. The high ground belonged to King Harold of England and his Anglo-Saxon army. Here, on this hilltop, the fate of England would be decided.
Vos, compagnon.
William's Norman army made the first charge, launching a direct assault on the shield wall. Though William's army fought fiercely against the shield wall, it would not yield. As one man fell, another took his place. Overlapping shields in tight formation made for a near impenetrable barrier. Realizing his army could not break the shield wall, William called for a retreat. He aimed to lure the Anglo-Saxons into a false sense of victory, causing them to break formation. William's feigned retreat was working. The Anglo-Saxon army broke their shield wall formation, leaving gaps for William to make a move. With Harold's men no longer in shield wall formation, William could pick them off as they charged. Anglo-Saxons had deployed rows of spearmen to push back the invaders. But William had an answer. His sharp-eyed archers. More Norman men-at-arms reinforced William's army. Anglo-Saxon archers joined the fray, and the Normans' deadly cavalry ready to charge. But first, William's forces had to eliminate the enemy spearmen, whose sturdy polearms could easily bring down a horse. With the threat of spearmen cleared from the field, William's cavalry was free to charge at the Anglo-Saxon archers. The Anglo-Saxon army was in disarray. Their shield wall had been neutralized, and their numbers were dwindling. Now the only thing standing between William and victory was King Harold himself. The last of Harold's men encircled their king, prepared to lay down their lives to save his. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold had fallen. In the confusion, some loyal soldiers fought to the death, while others scattered in panic. Leaderless and defeated, the last of the Anglo-Saxon army fled for their lives. The Normans celebrated victory over the English king, but William's quest to rule England was just beginning. At the Battle of Hastings, the death of one man changed the course of history. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold was killed here, on England's south coast. his army defeated by William of Normandy. Anglo-Saxon rule was over forever. At Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned the first Norman King of England. Now he had to secure power across the country. He began by stamping his mark on the landscape, building cathedrals and castles at strategic locations. Nothing like them had been seen in England before. They reminded the Anglo-Saxon population exactly who was in charge. But not all were content with living under Norman rule. Anglo-Saxon revolts broke out across the country. King William acted quickly to crush these rebellions. But there was one region where dissent was spiraling out of control: the north of England. In 1069, a group of lords from Northumbria formed an alliance with Viking invaders. Together, they approached Norman-held York, a large city with an important cathedral, still protected by ancient Roman walls. But the walls couldn't save York. The city and the castle fell to the rebels. William's new kingdom was under threat. He had to get the city back under Norman control. William had no choice but to order his men north. But as the Norman forces set off on their long march towards York, how much resistance from the rebels would they encounter? William the Conqueror marched north, with his army of Normans determined to take back the rebel-held city of York. But in his path stood rebel towns that harbored William's northern enemies. He would take the towns back by force.
Ensala, Vado! Parat, Escolto, Exploro, Bene, Vado, Ici, Mandes, si, Cavallo, Escolto, Ensala, si, Kerte, Exploro, Kerte, si, Vado, Exploro, Escolto, Cavallo,
Attendez les commandements. Allons, l'ennemi est à gauche.
Ennemi! Ici!
Honneur est d'obéir. Pour votre service.
Escolto! Si! Mandes, Escolto!
The Normans captured the town of Middlethorpe, establishing their presence in the north. With reinforcements to his armies soon arriving, William would need more resources to supply them.
Je veux...
Bene. Obeyo.
Mais Edifico.
L'heure est avant, compagnon.
Momentesi, archière. Fade, archière. Bene, bene.
Cavallarios en sola.
Gentier, Ovens, Vassa.
Obéi. Incontinent.
Scarafci. Ubi vado? Laburo. Escolteis, ite, colones.
Parat somes!
Mandes? Si. Bene. Certe. Hado.
Colones parats. Si. Mason. Escolto.
Colones parats. Edifico.
Ubi vado?
Gentier, cito.
Quiete, cavallarios. Donnez moi vos puer girid.
Exploro. Vado. Si. Mais?
Quod? Spero. Laburo.
Escolto. Capians. Spero. Capio. Che?
Si. Laburo. Che? Quod? Ma sono. Me. Laburo. Spero. Edifico. Laburans la terre.
Escolto. Capere.
Ubi vado? Sì. Alla materia. Perfect.
Vivi! Betrein!
Succession!
Parat. Si. Vado.
Honor et jury de vos volets. Je suis vostre
Mandes. Parat. Une avant, que vos stress. Une avant, l'arquiers. Parat et arquiers. Une avant, arquier.
Che? Edifico.
Ensala. Escolto.
The Norman army was now well supplied by a town, but it would take a sustained effort to keep the army at full strength.
Si. Hado.
Another rebel town, Fulford, stood in defiance to William's rule.
D'abord.
Si.
Attention. Bene odicito.
Ok.
Pescara formata. A calque cavallo. Preparate, archers. Audience. Lanciers,
Ubi
parate.
vado?
Bene.
I Genstarm vos giernt. Genstarms! Nos de guerpissons!
Cavallarios parats. In parats. Ambula.
Donetz nuevos ataques. ¡Viva la sultán!
Compagnon, moult avance voué à trait.
Cito, momentesi, archier. In avant! Archier sparate.
Accespets vos, compagnie. Apertisets vostre courage.
Cogiete, cavallarios quitamus. Ensala. Parate, archier bedio.
Place, subtemper a Oxavitz.
Parats. In avant, cavallarios. Bene. Preparate, archers. Si est. Archers.
Compagnon, reste parade.
Cavallarios parats. Odio. Parate, obedio. Momentesi, archer.
Obéi. En arway, meigne avec moi.
Quiete, cavals. A calque, cavallarios. Parats. Lantier, si.
Chasse Oye.
Que mandes? Parats. Vale, bene. Prendo. Entendo. Lantier, ove. Scara formata. A calque, cavallarios. Lantier, si.
Compagnon, reste pour la besoin. Oye!
Quiete, caval. Bene. Parats.
I Genstarm vos giernt.
Preparate, archers. Entendo.
Poisson reste pour une sanglantade.
Je puis vos obéir. Donetz nuevos ataques.
With the Fulford rebels eliminated, William was one step closer to York.
Mais,
Knowing he would face strong resistance in the city, William prepared to bolster his cavalry.
labour. Si. Labour.
Spero. Me? Masono.
Parats. Orchestre. Si. Escolte.
Comprendo. Ok.
Quad. Escolto. Ma sono. Lavoro. Sì. Ma sono.
Je veuille vous obéir.
Mon destrier règne.
Andemans. Escolto. Vado.
Escolto. Me ambulo.
Ici. Non.
The Norman army came under attack from a new enemy, the Danes.
Promesse. Prêt. Donnez-moi vos services.
Ubi vado. Spero. Ma sono.
William's army held back the Danes' attack, but they threatened to return unless William paid them in gold.
Votre yetz vos à moi. Soyez toinde, je commande, avant. Le avant, compagnon.
Escolto. Ma sono. Exploro? Si. Bene. Bene. Perfecte. Somes.
Colones, paretis! Io ma sono la cose. Bene. Cose sarà massonata. Ci somes.
Soyez prêts, compagnons. Recueillez vos amouets.
Mande inerens!
William paid off the Danes and was rid of their attacks.
Arco parade.
Mande squid.
William's ultimate goal was within his grasp. All that remained was to enter York and destroy its keep.
Colones, parti.
Arquière parade.
Vado labura.
Sagitta in arco. Parate arquiers. Sagitta in arco.
Attendez les commandements.
Préparate arquière. Boule parade. Près de la bourre. Cos'è sarà massonata? Parade pour venir. Vado labura. Qu'est Mendes? Coup grande course.
Honor reste d'obéir. Mon arway mène avec moi.
Page, mitzvahs donc, en avoué.
Labour Spérance. Mandemans, colones. Io ma sono la cose.
With their stables in place, the Normans could add more cavalry to their army.
Auditez.
Adens por battaglia!
Cursor obéissance.
Benefe.
The Normans discovered the source of the Danes' threat, an outpost on the water. William had a choice: bypass the encampment or destroy it.
Cavallo ici.
Veilleux, l'ennemi! Menacé por nos!
Oye, Demande. Prompte. Presente l'enquête. Cavalario.
Reste par une sanglante.
Bene. Sì. Barrier l'encaisse. L'encaisse, sopra Roxa. Bene.
Vicenza, postier. Ma besogne. Et compresse.
Parale.
Fue ordines.
Colonnes sont ici. Vado la
Bene obéi.
Où sunt vos commandements?
Cavalario, parade. Fue demandes.
Prompte.
Obéir, c'est vertu. Amon!
Parate, arquiers. Vade, arc l'encaisse parata.
Chascuns en sa place. Gents down! Nos nequistisons!
Si, parade. Quiete, caval. Cavalario, parade. Odite, servientes. Odio!
Parade pour venir. Laboran, quid labo?
Mandesque, laborans in limans.
Quid me?
Et chez liman demand. Resto preme! Come sono la cose? Momentesi, arquier. Sagita in arts.
Cara formata. Fue ordines. Si, cavalario, parade.
L'encaisse paratas. Perfecte.
Compagnon, envoué vers nostre.
Que demandes?
Reste pour une sanglante hardie. Où sunt vos commandements?
In destroying the Dane outpost, William stripped the rebels of a crucial ally.
Attention. En commun cause.
Presente l'encaisse.
Foreigner.
Barrier, préparez l'encaisse. Allez! Allez! Parade, oye!
Si. Quitte. Quitte. Si.
Rat! Bene!
Bene udite. Odio.
Vicenzdam vos gjernt.
Odin, in avant.
Arquière part.
Accesmet apertisets vostre courage, compagnon. Quando je commande, avant.
Odite, servientes. Bene udite, in avant. Attention, quitte. Adens por battaglia! Si, vado. Odite, serviente. In avant, servientes. Mitraille! Si!
L'heure pour vostre service. Assaillez vos armes, nous allons!
Scara formata!
Si.
Odite!
Aveye vox. Vecci come element.
Mitraille! Victoria! Obeio!
C'est comme vos moldres!
Barats pour la bourra. Io ma sono la cose.
Laisse-moi zone, sors d'ici!
Assault!
Accesmet vos, compagnon.
Chiete, rende! Testuo! Chiete, cavallo! Oscara formata! Cito!
El barro.
Odio!
Moment ici, arquet.
The Norman army poured into York and began sacking the town as they bore down on the keep.
Avertisez vostre courage, compagnon. Certes. Reste tous, je suis votre serveur.
Moment ici, arquet.
cavale!
Arco parade.
Occupé!
Prompte.
Odio!
Parade. Commande. Arrière. In avant. Parade, prêt, parade et arrière.
Obéis, de vos volets.
Parade et arrière. Prêt, parade et arrière.
Ascolti bene.
Vado lavorare.
The keep fell to the Norman army, and York was secured. The Northern Rebellion was over, and William the Conqueror was uncontested as King of England. William the Conqueror had recaptured York from the rebels. Now he wanted to teach them a lesson for defying him. He began a brutal campaign of destruction to crush any further resistance, known as the Harrying of the North. Villages and crops were destroyed. It is said 100,000 people were killed. With ruthless efficiency, William the Conqueror had secured obedience in his new kingdom. But it wasn't to last. It would be thrown into chaos by his own children. When William the Conqueror died in 1087, his favorite son succeeded him, King William II, known as William Rufus. But 13 years into his reign, disaster struck. While out hunting, he was killed. William's youngest brother took his place as King Henry I. But there was a problem. At the time, Henry's elder brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy, had been on crusade. When he returned, he was furious that Henry had grabbed the throne. From Normandy, Robert attempted to invade England to claim the crown from his brother. But he failed and returned home. In retaliation, Henry struck back. In a reversal of 1066, he crossed the Channel and invaded Normandy, intent on undermining his brother Robert's rule. His first target was Bayeux. This rich and splendid city was one of the jewels of Normandy. Henry was to begin his campaign by unleashing his forces on the city. Bayeux was about to feel the wrath of the English army. In the brotherly feud over Normandy, King Henry I set out to make an example of Bayeux, a town still loyal to his brother Duke Robert. Henry's archers took up position on high ground outside the city and faced an immediate attack by Robert's cavalry patrol. Having deployed their palings, Henry's archers were well protected against the cavalry charge. They defeated the first patrol. As Henry set his sights on burning Bayeux, more reinforcements arrived to join his army. The English approached Bayeux and saw that its towering stone walls would not be breached by manpower alone. Henry would need siege equipment and a defensible location to construct it.
Apuka strelbord.
Haters jävla! Hurra! Vogliende esa! ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? Airporter! Here! Where's Indiana?
Mina wörda färre.
Ridet ute! Wärpat ute! Ansagen! Inte willa! Porter! Here!
It is Sita for land. Surface. Fishes. Alles with.
Bear on the top!
Certes.
Henry now called for the services of a blacksmith to bolster the siege effort.
Strelbora, Sita. Strelbora, Perth. Jerviath. Tishas. Gath, Strelbora. Yes. Equilla, Strelbora, Sita. Strelboren Yerwa, Heragongath on way. Kurflich. Strele Fuse.
Yet to be ready for Hastings. Ut readeth nu, Tulkis.
Abuga, Dida hit. Abuga, Foliende Heso. On Styriath, Strelbora. Dida hit. Jervia, Strelboran, Berth. Strelgath, Strelbora. Equilla. Tremeth Astira, Garwigan. Strelboran, Yerwa. Yes, Strelboran, Yerwa.
Who's in each gas so ahead?
What's our faith, eh?
That's Shule Bayot.
Yaro to work. Fetchende. Yes, sir? Where's the holler? Each timbreth and your work, eh? Dije yo me sé.
With a blacksmith on hand, Henry's infantry would soon be ready to construct siege equipment.
What's our faith, eh?
Here, Ocker. Yes, sir.
Tinchebray, that. Yes, sir? Where's the holler? And your work, eh? And your work, eh?
Each you will,
Cheerless, your way on to your Sammy Enday. That's Shule Bayeux Timbran.
Yes, sir? Where's the holler?
Garwigan, Garu, Ferra, and Ye, Ikamganda.
Henry's infantry could now construct battering rams, siege weapons designed to break open fortress walls.
Yarwe.
It shall be Tinchebray for this. Ferdinand, that Timbrin shall Garwigan.
Ferdman.
That Timbrin shall bail. Yarway. Yes, sir? It shall Garwigan. Yes, sir?
Ferdman. Garwigan.
What's our faith, eh? Garry and they would Yarrow to work.
Yarway. Yes, sir? Garwigan. Each aeon ye done. What Hastings?
With the power of battering rams, the English army could crack open Bayeux's mighty walls.
Ridras Yerwa. Isha. Forwardas Yerwa. Readet Uta. Readet Uta. Whervat Uta. Don't do that.
Henry's presence on the doorstep of Bayeux would not go unanswered, and now his forces braced for an attack by Robert's army.
Nu, ye last.
Look at your VH limit here. Andente to serve.
Father! Here!
Abuga,
Aeonen Yar.
Ik riede voor. Ik riede voor. Asterende.
Forwardas Jekleven. Inchera. On Styriat forwardas.
Henry repelled the attack,
Don't do that.
but he knew that so long as Bayeux still stood, the city would not give up the fight.
Ram Yaru. Yebrekende. Ram Brinkas. Stratore. Dida.
Yes.
Voliente Heso. Yeah.
Bayeux's walls had failed, and Henry's men could now storm the city. Robert's garrison made a last stand to defend Bayeux, but Henry would show no mercy in cutting them down and burning their city.
Steady fast anew. Ayored Yar.
An ar, yea, I come gun.
Judaeus, number! Build shield that!
Yes, sir. What's the matter?
You're off with that. Ain't your work, eh?
Bayard May. Then Hester.
Way, said Yerwin. Donde Fata! Ramrinkas! Chepende Patheadum!
Yedita Upa. Bayard May.
And your worker?
What's our face, eh? That's Shule Bayote.
Hastings commending.
Western Yerwa.
Ah, the Finitas Yar!
It beeth full dog.
What Hastings? Hester, Acknower. Bayeux, Seattle, what can they? Under, in the shop beyond us! What Hastings? Bayeux, Seattle, what can they? Ramrekas! Bayeux, Seattle, Yaru. Berde, Ram, what Hastings? Yandai Ball. Bayeux, Seattle, Ram, Yaru. Hastings. We're beyond the shore tonight!
Strele, Fuse.
Fight Bayeux, Sierras! Ram, Yaru. Ram, Rinkas! Knitters, it's liver to here! What Colwell said to do?
Swap for swap.
Ram, Yaru! Ram, Yaru! Yebrikende! Ram, Rinkas! Onsterende! Hester, Acknower!
Abuga on Styria!
Trailbora! Equilla!
Strelbora! Belle!
Ja! Op base Gutaeus, number 9!
Strelbora! Jegua!
We say yes! Don't they matter? Knitters, stand the beer! Also Knitters, ja! Alle switchen! We're beyond the short tonight!
Strelbora!
Bayeux, Sierra, Bayeux!
Jejebia!
Find the end on this one!
Abuga! Strelbora!
Find Bayeux, Sierra!
Alone to hear it!
Bayeux, Sierra, ja! Bayeux, Sierra! West End!
West Indian, what? Where the freedom?
Strelbora! Styria! Strelbora!
West in Frankenstein!
As Bayeux burned and the people fled in terror, King Henry basked in the victory over his brother Duke Robert. But Henry would not stop until all of Normandy was back under the English crown. While Bayeux burned, King Henry pressed his advantage. Seizing key fortifications and buying the loyalty of powerful lords, Henry loosened his brother's grip over Normandy. At Tinchebray in 1106, brother would fight brother for final claim to their father's lands. Determined to claim Normandy and capture his brother, Duke Robert, King Henry besieged the castle at Tinchebray. But the direct assault on the formidable stone castle was failing. Unable to breach the towering walls, the king devised a new plan to capture his brother. Henry would force Robert to defend his lands from attack by razing the villages of Martigny and Fresnes.
Sitha for actors. Fortwande Freckes. Mit Baldenes. Ut readeth nu, Tulkas. Alles with it.
Ich shall lede jou. Certes.
To goad Robert out of his stronghold, Henry's men would burn the village to the ground. The village of Martigny was destroyed, but still Robert did not emerge to face Henry outside the castle. Henry would have to raise the stakes. Next, he targeted the village of Fresnes. Henry could buy reinforcements from nearby allies, if he could procure the gold to pay them. Henry received word that Robert had sent for a fresh army to aid in defending his position at the castle. Henry had to eliminate these new forces before they could combine with the garrison at Tinchebray. Henry paid his ally in Tosny and received a regiment of soldiers.
Get thee ready for Hastings. Andente to serve. Look ye andente to serve. Get thee ready for Hastings.
Henry's ally in Bayeux sent reinforcements in exchange for gold. By eliminating Robert's incoming army, Henry had thwarted his brother's attempt at strengthening the castle's defenses.
It's living to hear them! Up, Kritas! Yeah, andente to servant! Servants!
Apuga, Stugat, Strelbor. Haragonga, Gabierwa, Garwiga.
Siones Gare Toto.
Arthur Canitas Yard.
Yerward. Aritanu.
It is Sether for Actus.
Bayard May. Ga! Ga! Yedita Upa. Yesadli Athol. Readeth Aeradus.
All Canitas Certes, yes, sir.
Remen, Garumath on.
Men of armes, it's to a sort to head.
Strelbodida hit.
Aeradus, yeah. Aeradus.
Look at we forth guarde frecus. Mit baldenes. Yet to the root readeth no, Tulkis.
Strabor, Kuthlich.
Look at you, here, Alice with.
Soldiers!
It is Sita for Abuja.
Yes, sir! You get it!
At the hands of Henry's army, the village of Fresnes was in ruins. Henry's provocations had paid off. Robert finally emerged from the castle to face his brother in open battle.
It is Admina Word, Fel. Surface. Ut readeth no, Tulkis. Admina Word, Fel. Alice with. No, Tulkis. Andente to servant. Obis ik rede for. Look at you be the red. Duty is none more dead. He shall lay. No, Tulkis, live to hear it. Yet to the red.
He's living to hear them!
It is secret.
Henry sent gold to his ally in Brittany, and in return, a detachment arrived to bolster his numbers. King Henry's tactic of luring Robert into the open had worked. Henry captured his brother, and Normandy was his. William the Conqueror's sons had resolved their long feud over Normandy, with King Henry wresting possession away from his brother. But the French King Louis VI would not accept Henry's heir as the future Duke of Normandy. Henry's fragile power would face its first test, an invasion by the French king. In the disputed countryside between Normandy and France, A smouldering farmstead gave away the beginnings of a French invasion. At the head of the vast army stood King Louis of France himself. An English scout hastily rode to inform King Henry of England, who was still en route to defend his borders. Hearing of the threat, villagers and guards fled their English-held towns and retreated to the stronghold of Fleury. Above all, the English forces in Normandy had been commanded to hold the town of Fleury and await King Henry's arrival.
Jarl to work.
Bayeux me abuga gas strabo. Haragongat on way.
As the village of Cressenville fell, all English hopes lay in holding Fleury for the king's arrival. The town of Granville succumbed to the French, and the English were pushed back towards Fleury.
Don't do that.
Jarl Huskala. Skala on Styria. Eldefus Huskala.
Strelbora, side. On Styria, Strelbora.
For the hits.
Strelbora, yeah, Kurtlich.
Huskala, Eldefus. Huskala, Haragongat.
Strelboran, Berth. Strelboran, side. Poliende, Heso.
Beständig Jarl Stuhettest.
Strelboran, Järva, Dida.
Jarl Huskala.
Hastings commanding. Yes, and no pending. What's the fifth, eh? And you work it. It's Tinchebray. Here of Opa. What's the fifth, eh?
Bettes Lichsta.
Hastings commanding. Yes, sir. West Puhala. Each a worker.
What has the Farindidu? Partas Yahenda!
At last, King Henry and his forces made their arrival at Fleury.
Hejsa!
Knowing that King Louis himself was on the field, Henry saw his chance to put England's claim to Normandy beyond doubt.
Yet thee ready for Andente to serve it. It is seat of certes. Ut readeth nu, Julius. Fort Wande Freckes, mit Maldenes.
Yes, sir. West to Hala. Yaru to work. Each timbre theos. On your work, huh?
Yeah. It's a winner. Farendenu. It's will reader. Ga up.
King Louis, determined to oust the English from Normandy, began sending attack parties to harass King Henry and his forces.
Carwigan Asatat. Obeisi ridende sweat. Finitas, it's live to hear it.
Reader yard. Ridende ut.
Alle Canitas Jan, alles with it. Dute is none more dead.
What surfeit?
Yes, sir.
Yaru to work.
What surfeit? Where's the water? What surfeit? Yaru to work.
Hattet je hända! Airforcer! Here! Antagen!
Yes, sir. Where's the water? And you work it. Mechende Wudo. And you work, yes, sir. Understood. Each a worker. Yes, sir. Where's the water?
Fuse to servant. Surtas a sweeper! Swine!
Yes, sir. West to Harlot. And your worker. That's Shule Bayeux Timbran.
Ihe objesele.
Each Trebuchet that. And your worker.
Tinchebray dat.
Each a worker. And your worker.
Yaru to work.
Mara John.
That's Shule Bayeux Timbran.
What's her face, eh?
Fathers, your hand up!
Thine Hastings.
Yes, where's the water? And your work, eh?
And your worker.
What's her face, eh? It's Tinchebray.
Here I offer. Each Timbra Theos.
Your wrist, eh?
On donde traelum!
to work. What's their faith, eh? Each will pay if they'll fend, eh? What's their faith, eh? Fair enough.
And you work, eh?
And you work it. Think you'll build that for that.
What needed ich ham on min way? Ich will build that for they.
Marita, what need is worker?
Balding done. Hitlock is good. See the Hastings. Ich will happy that he building a nom.
The Shula who do they make. See they to work. Flock in they would, swell head. This Shula who do they make. Building done, it looketh good. And Celia builded thing.
Yet to thee ready for Hastings. At mina word, ferret. Alles with. Today is number that.
Harken at Thaler. Every charn and tender. Ich will happy that he building a no.
See the Hastings.
Aye. God speak.
Do they make?
It can they do? Sewer they had. Very end the Hastings.
Nu to he shall lay it. He shall lay it. Ut readeth nu, Tullius.
In spirit, that will I Bayeux do.
Seisha engine. Seisha engine for a day.
See they to work. Well, then they that's right to know.
Semanganel Yara. Engine on the way.
Fara. Helder Ned. Stirende nu. Bridende forth. Doende mi jute. Bridende sua het. Rende sua het. Helder Ned. Stirende nu. Ichel du that. Bridende forth. I chamante fara. Verende sua het. Helder Ned. Stirende nu. Give me Hester. I chamante fara. Kuseri saddle. Scout to Ire. Forwendet die Hester.
Yara, on to a marker.
What Bayeux in Heston? Yerwe, send the men to Mina
Catch the marker.
Kus bidende sua het. Het will the Beodon. Folwende the Hester.
Harkeneth for Hestes. Pere, Tukes, Pere.
What needeth be undone? Charles Winker, you go brookie that. You go have that in the...
What needeth be undone?
God's Swinker be man. The Shula who do it, mate.
Not slipping. Haven't the Hestes.
Away from that.
An offre bow fallen to me brand.
Look at you be ready, Breakfast. I've been a word of ferret.
It's limit you hear them!
Give the ende mi duty. Each sail the bow! Sonne berti break. Unterbildet Reise!
King Henry's men struck at the French forces and recaptured the town.
Hey, every time.
Stand at me no order! And then to servant! Obey alles written! Aye. It's your will. Yea, ik kam ganda. Ja. Ich gar so ahead.
Na! De bow and Berende!
Turkels, ure Hastings. Stirende away, Allah. Seek thee to Baron.
Peter, stand in the eye! For one that records, mit Baldenes.
Tulkes. Jouw knauwe hat komt neer.
Blessed jou, Hardwayman. I'll sweet, yes.
At stands, won't they head?
Men of armes, weven verende ute.
Here de Hester.
We have it here.
Understand, here, yeah.
Every chanyala!
Hier beeld I Peterhead!
Kämpet uppe. Hästas nu. Tada! Tacken uppe, gör och väl.
Din hästen?
Så Trebuchet and the Abyss! Alla Canadians!
Ja! Asturande!
Ik kan niet vallen in de bal!
Men av armes, har grötten på stora.
Wie de Sluitska?
Björnes, Björnes,
You're ready to done some work.
Harken it all. Nothing to do.
Infill the bow!
Somebody is Chapende!
Men av armes, Abide. Ik liebe het op dek de jesh.
Hungry. It is seated for act. It's limit to hear it. He shall lay the yard.
Kom, hästas kommer. Tacketh uppe din armes. Gero effer blodton bala.
Yet to be ready for Hestes. Fort one then ready.
Scouter, ready to read. Berende Swahet. Wie de Sluitska?
In häst. Tulkes. Jouw
Ik ga weer vallen in de bow!
Onder Arwidas! Houd!
Nu, Tulkes, set it ja.
Santas! Send hem in.
Je bent mee op bot.
Give me Hestes. Ridende forth.
Wat je...
Die gaan aan te varen.
Sjapper zo lekker saaiatte. Certes. Where are Sherman?
With the border towns recaptured, King Henry's claim to Normandy faced only one more obstacle: King Louis and his army. In the humble peasants' fields of Brémule, two kings would settle their claim to Normandy.
Certes.
Me frère, Ishil Enon.
See fate a worker. Off the felders. What needeth be undone? Churles swinker. It kill brookie that.
It is Sita for
What will come? Why is king?
look at your freedom nu is Sita been awarded. Sen, and Arik ik rede for.
Urban Shanyara! Arute!
Scouter, are you ready to read us?
Here, Hastings. It can be do.
Valiente Hastings.
Jonas Jare tot.
Jippe mij mee. Ognitus. In de zaak. Voor Guardi. Get to be ready for Hastings.
Wir gaan to Hastings to folk. Je weet dat dit Hastings.
Look at you be ready, Freckes. Nu, Tulkes. Set it here.
Weapons ready. On fire.
Look at you be ready, Freckes.
Dress it, yo. We are stirred. And brace it yourself. Shared.
Clam.
Hastings shouldn't be held.
Seja Ingeniana.
Spring to ending it.
Castende. Mangaral un Halines liters mu.
Nu, set it.
Admina order. For water Freckes.
Mangana. One day hit. Intended well. Hastings.
Like Hastings.
Be ready to storm.
Far from home, but rallied by their king, the English army forced a French surrender and put King Louis and his knights to flight. With the impromptu battle ending in resounding victory for the English, King Henry had secured his ancestral lands under the English crown. after England defeated the French at the Battle of Brémule, Normandy was back in King Henry's hands. But 1 year later, his good fortune turned to tragedy. In 1120, his son and heir William Adelin died in a shipwreck. The future of Henry I's kingdom was in jeopardy. Henry desperately needed a new heir. With no legitimate sons left alive, he broke with tradition and chose his daughter, Matilda. Henry forced his barons to swear an oath to accept Matilda as queen. But when the king died, they broke their promise. England would not be ruled by a woman. Matilda's cousin Stephen saw his chance and claimed the throne. The crisis moved to the capital. At Westminster Abbey, Stephen was crowned king, but Matilda wanted what was hers. She was also lining up powerful supporters who would fight Stephen for her right to rule. Their conflict engulfed England in civil war. Fighting raged throughout the land. In 1141, everything focused on one of the kingdom's most strategic cities, Lincoln. Matilda's allies had commandeered the castle. But King Stephen was determined to take it back. He besieged the castle. Stalemate. As dawn broke on February the 2nd, everything was about to change. Matilda's half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, raced to break the siege. As Robert's forces approached Lincoln, Stephen's army turned away from the castle to face them. Robert could win Matilda the crown, but only if his army could win the day. Robert of Gloucester's forces approached Lincoln. Their task, to liberate the castle from King Stephen's siege. While behind Lincoln's walls, troops loyal to Matilda held the castle for the Empress. First, Robert's forces would stage an ambush to prevent enemy reinforcements from joining with King Stephen's army.
Tak op of the armors. Schermen away to varen. Yes, I shall be here. Year away for blood. What beat in Hastings? It's to a sore threatist.
Head well a bit long.
Robert's men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy.
What wilt thou? It's for Feffin Hess. It's obey thine Hess. Send them to mina workers.
Each sail the boat!
It's obey thine Hess.
We have a boat in the boat!
Robert defeated the first column of Stephen's reinforcements, but he knew more were on the way.
shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. What wilt thou? Ich sua hessa aliata. Ich tua sua thuetest. Se ich obey thine hess. Ich tua sua thuetest. I shouldn't be here.
Beyond this hour! Avoid it!
With more of Stephen's reinforcements eliminated, Robert was steadily undermining the siege.
Not sleeping and shanker forth the
what will teach Suez Aliata? Ich tua sua thuetest.
I'll do that.
Send a meta minawek. Ich tua su ich forfeth in hess. What beath in Hastings? Hess I shouldn't be here.
Bandit! It's an near me! It's sailed the boat!
Sua thuetest.
Hold the hand with us! You're the tunnel! And the warriors is to fight the Guineas! Men of armies, Amina! It's to a sort of
Robert's men decimated King Stephen's reinforcements and were poised to break the siege. Continuing the push towards Lincoln, Robert sent in a large company of reinforcements to aid his vanguard. To further weaken the siege, Robert would need to cut off Stephen's supplies. He targeted the nearby market town.
Hester, heriende Hesters nu. Jarwe Shetton. Boa is imund. Ik kan het doen. Frekkes haken, nu Hesters. En ten al Switzer, yes.
Sentiment in no ekes. Hessa shouldn't be.
Entender, ik kan het doen.
Jeren ich sua.
Jerva mela bort. Sua de head.
What pitch forth in his?
Wow, observa voliente Hestes. Heriente Hestes.
Japathon.
Ich habe found the boat! The feet has been Bandit is an near me!
Matilda's cause, a large group of knights arrived at Lincoln to bolster Robert's army. With the market town in ruins, King Stephen's supplies began to dwindle. Robert received word that Welsh troops under Matilda's banner were en route to join forces with him. But King Stephen had the roads to Lincoln heavily guarded, and the route was not without risk, even for the hardy Welshmen.
Yetteth he ready for Hastings. Hath been a word. Sir. Look, jag vet i ready, Fräckes. Fortfarande Fräckes. Mitt malde.
Fräckes Hawking, nu Hastings.
Ansläppning. Vi har ett bästes.
Making their way to Lincoln, Matilda's Welsh allies were ambushed by the king's soldiers. Robert's men would need to aid the Welsh if they wanted their help in breaking the siege. Joining forces on the road to Lincoln, Matilda's allied troops made for the castle to lift the siege.
Sabiden.
Jesus! Are du hieren? Alles sweet.
Robert's forces spotted a large detachment of Stephen's soldiers guarding the castle gates. If they hoped to liberate Lincoln, they would need to break the blockade and rout the army.
Fräckes Hawking, nu has it win left. Better.
Yetteth he ready.
We have it here.
Send the link to the Rangers.
Robert's forces scattered the king's army, leaving the gates to the castle unguarded. Robert's men finally united with Lincoln's garrison. They could now use the castle to strengthen their army. To lift the siege, they needed to destroy the enemy camps surrounding the castle.
stay to work. Fresher air and harder swing. Arita, what needed work? Tell Fender he's been leave. Yeah, ready to done some work. Nah, tell thing to do.
Hiereth Hastings.
Attendeth, Tulkes!
Sueth intendeth Freckers. Glidande ne hurteth.
Sparremen, appointeth sparers. Letteth be that jou arn Freckes men.
Get thee ready for Hastings. And attention!
Jonas, you're it to done.
Arthur Canitas Yard. Soltas!
Matilda's forces struck hard, destroying one of King Stephen's siege camps.
Soltas!
Hastings cometh.
Canitas! In other side. Dear back! Stay to it. Arthur Canitas! Yeah!
King Stephen's army dwindled as Matilda's forces struck down another siege camp.
Men of armies, a cracked for each forth in him.
It is seater for actors. Who readeth new, Tulkas?
Jonas, travail to dawn, men of armies.
Hesse shall Canitas stand for Arneth, Mr. Arthur Canitas.
Hastings cometh, Arwe men.
Each will.
Yarwe, shabe mi bow. Ferende. Yefe mea but. Foliende Hastings.
Wave and Shaitan!
King Stephen was spotted, shielded by his men. To end the siege, Matilda's forces needed to capture Stephen and rout his army. The king's army was scattered, and those who didn't fall fled.
Nu, at mine worde færre.
What needeth be oth yard og Hastings, Tootfolk?
Jonas, Jaritadon, men of armes, og krettet for store. Men of armes.
Hestes and upned better, Ardway men. I'll sweet them, yes. Step it to hit, Ardway men. Hediende Hestes. Keep that on Marcus Bowman. Hestes cometh, Ardway men. Hediende Hestes nu.
Matilda's men closed in and finally captured King Stephen. Matilda's forces had won the battle at Lincoln. But the fight for the crown was not over yet. Victory over King Stephen at Lincoln gave Matilda the upper hand in her fight for the English crown. But in the years that followed, fragile loyalties shifted, and under threat of capture, Matilda was forced to retreat. As her holdings in England came under attack from the king's army, it fell to her son Henry to keep Matilda's claim to the throne alive. Inside the strong stone walls of the castle at Wallingford, Matilda's men held firm against a brutal siege by forces loyal to King Stephen. King Stephen's army had constructed a fortified perimeter outside the castle, trapping Matilda's men inside. However, reinforcements were on the way from Matilda's son Henry. Her forces needed to hold the walls until they arrived.
What wilt thou?
Jeppe mea but. Dresseth jou Ardway man. Bayeux sleepily on the stirreth. Hestes an odd boar man. Steppeth to it, Ardway man. Hestes come here, Hestes. Up man better, Ardway man.
Brace it yourself. Ik hill.
Hoping to claim Wallingford, King Stephen's siege forces launched a renewed attack on the castle.
Reader is each following Hastings. Reader is either and speak the talkers.
What needeth be undone? Yara,
Readers, he said, on ready. I got you, readers. Readers, he said, on ready. Back with his mail on dog. He can do that. Forward, angry talkers. That will be on dog. We here against us.
Matilda's forces repelled the attack and held the castle.
I hungry unto Wester.
and me Hester, Farron! See they to work.
Mangana.
Boa is the boom. Stirende of Sua is
Doending it.
On Flammeray!
Moving things says.
Understood!
Mangana Yara.
Hoping to crack the mighty stone walls of Wallingford, King Stephen's forces launched another attack.
Heriende Hestes nu.
Arita, what needed working? You'll feel they that for that.
Hestes for Aaron.
Hey, Miss Lord, Crossbow it is!
Yes, Hestes. Each after hit.
Sit down, away, man. Suit they head! Run those yard and down!
Mangana Yara!
Mangana, engine, on and away.
What needed we undo?
Matilda's forces held firm against the attack, cutting down the enemy soldiers.
So I said, war of servant. He can verende. Ye me be. Have me boa. Is Yahweh me war of servant. Stirende. Ye me be. He can verende. Yahweh Satan. Have me bo. Verende. Yahweh Spoliende Heston.
You ready for Hestes?
Claw, that will be on dog. Attend to Hestes. Hungry unto
See they to work at. Eagle and gain of the ripper railings no. See they to work at. Reaper railings are I'm going.
Intendeth no, Tulkes.
See they to work.
Somebody in Chapende!
Hastings and on, Moormen! Siege engines, away from Hastings! Yeah!
Matilda's forces received word that Henry's troops were getting closer to Wallingford. Soon the combined numbers of the two armies could tip the scales in their favor.
You ready for Hastings? Here they Hester! One day, understood! You ready for Hastings? For one day with soldiers.
He stopped you, all right, to done some work. Arita, what needed working. They think I'm bring to do.
Spring up, I'm ready!
At last, Henry's reinforcements approached Wallingford. United under Matilda's banner, the two armies were ready to engage Stephen's forces.
On the Swifter! Two folk already ready! You can do that now!
Knickers! In the next 2 days, not one day!
What turn makes a father to see you?
You're both have made the father to
Snoop, Tulkes. Set it, y'all.
It's glad to hear that! Now, sweet Knickers! Yeah!
Henry and Matilda's forces struck out at the besieging army, weakening the enemy's hold on Wallingford's perimeter.
Dresseth jou hardway, man. I'll sweet them, yes.
Look at your
We are shattered!
What they? Mandana, understand?
The enemy line wavered as Matilda's forces cut down the besieging army, clearing another section of the blockade.
What wilt thou? Jonas Jarin Toto. Then armes, when Estes uncommanded. What man to store, Nagan!
Matilda's forces overwhelmed the enemy and cleared the castle's perimeter.
Get thee ready for it.
Weapons and terror!
The joint forces of Matilda and Henry had thwarted King Stephen's siege of the strategic castle at Wallingford. After over a decade of conflict, Matilda's claim to the throne was still alive. Wallingford, in the shadow of the castle, Matilda's faction, commanded by her son Henry, proved it was still willing to fight King Stephen for the crown. But after 15 years of conflict, both sides had had enough. So, they made a deal. Matilda would surrender her claim to the throne on condition that when Stephen died, her eldest living son Henry would succeed him. A year later, he was crowned King Henry II, and proceeded to grow the kingdom into the mighty Angevin Empire. But, once again, what the king had spent his life building, his own children were destined to destroy. King Henry II had 4 surviving legitimate sons, and he planned to divide up his kingdom between them. But they fought bitterly for dominance. Against the odds, Henry's youngest son, John, became king. But King John was deeply unpopular. He lost huge swathes of the Angevin Empire gained by his father, then failed to reclaim them in expensive battles. Paid for by taxing his subjects. Eventually, England's barons could take it no more. They forced John to agree to a charter that restricted his power. The Magna Carta. But he went against his word. Furious, they rebelled, inviting Prince Louis of France to invade England. In 1216, Louis sailed to Dover and set his sights on taking this: Dover Castle. Held by forces loyal to King John, it was commanded by Hubert de Burgh. He described the castle as the key to England. He was right. If it fell to the French, so would the kingdom. Asked to invade by the rebel barons, Prince Louis's French army launched an assault on the castle at Dover. Opening a crack in the outer defenses, the invading forces charged the castle walls. The garrison at Dover would meet the French with clenched fists and an iron will. Dover could not fall. Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle.
Schaffe doppe, ich suche es an.
Boon for Trebuchet. Beste spade.
Leaders is ready for Hastings.
While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside. A skilled bowman and fierce patriot, known as Willikin of the Weald, began to muster a resistance to the French invasion. Determined to keep the crown in King John's hands, Willikin would rally every available archer to the cause.
Readers, he ready for Hastings. Redende ronker, stecheren. Let us reeden, stecheren.
Well, where then?
Saddled upper, on the ready.
See they to work.
With his bowmen assembled, Willikin planned to ambush the French siege engines on their way to the enemy camp.
Cease to work, eh?
Where zullen we reden? We here reden, Scoutess.
Aaron, Otredende nu.
Ich hab... Unser Feld ist nasse!
See they to reeden.
Scouters, is saddled open. Redende so ahead.
See they to reeden. Readers, besta spada. Readers, besta spada.
Safe to Hastings.
Scouters, ready to read.
Harkeneth aller.
Hestes and up men ferret our way men.
Sewers a head. Readers, he ready for Hastings. Let us reeden, stecheren.
What needeth be undone? Ik will build that for thee.
Hestes cometh our way men. Fulliende Hestes.
Reader, redende ronker, stecheren. Redende ronker, stecheren.
Scouters, hier het wel veel doen.
Dresset jou our way man. Waileth Marcus our way men. Unde Haugas! Suot they head!
Willikin spotted a group of English fighters engaged in battle with the enemy and rushed to their aid.
A Rogers, readers. See they to reading. Diana Hastings.
Willikin's band of archers made short work of the French reinforcements. But if they hoped to ease the burden on Dover's garrison, Willikin's ambush force could not relent.
Come here, Hastings. It can't do. Boa is a boon. Hastings, come on! Hastings, take to win the left. Better! Dress it, you highwaymen!
What needeth beyond? I think they Lister. If you'll have it that he build, see they to worker. Build ende that Rita new. Hitlock has gone.
Anita, what needed work?
Yet we go ende mi tute. Cloak, new Hestes. Volvendes the Hester.
Dresset jou, jaster en de vrekkers. Ex behester, verre.
Yare to done some worker. It kill build they that for they. Ceiling in builded things.
Easy to work at. Easy to work at. Unto Shepende.
Yeah, Hestes! Oh! Edisia!
What wilt thou? So hath her bed. In Hester?
See they to worker. On them way.
Ende Hestes nu. Tid dwindleth, bereth. Luther, cometh on. Al Suiza, yes.
Beyond done.
See they to work at. What needeth be undone?
Intendeth, Glidande ne'er hurteth no one never enow. Hestes an old moment! Hestes cometh, highwaymen! Glidande ne'er hurteth no one never in doubt.
That's sweet, yes.
Wave and Shaitan!
Tulkas. You know what comes next. None slipping. It's your way thine is.
See they to work at.
Every charn and tendon.
Yeah.
Build end day that Rita knew.
Willikin's resistance force continued to grow, adding more skilled men to its ranks. The French launched a renewed attack on the castle, but thanks to Willikin's ambush force, the enemy had been greatly weakened.
Satan! Fusetul ontifotas vereth. Ontifotas vereth.
Away 10-day Hastings.
Boa is the boom.
We have a shop our way.
Scout this, Isali can do that. Hit well about dawn.
With Willikin's archers weakening the siege from outside the castle, the garrison at Dover repelled the French attack. Willikin ordered his archers to resume their strikes on the French reinforcements.
Freckes Hawking. And Swetha, yes. Glidande ne hurteth no one near her down. Tid dwindleth. Better.
Cease to Hastings. It'll have that he's building anon.
This shula who do they mate.
At standard, spare men.
That will I do.
Ralita, what day is work? Harkeneth alla. Hickel and Keen on the Ripper railings no. Reaper railings are an ungo.
What shall each do?
Yara unto a marker.
Hestes come, Nuthan. Cometh on.
What will dress
Presseth jou highwayman! Heriende Hestes nu!
Seja Ingeniana. To when they hit, Springer moving the Serge engine. Hot Fanende, Springer at the ready. For when they we sungus.
War of serveth Shatton. Heriende Hestes nu.
What needeth?
Cease to Hestes. That building will be reparalled anon.
Steppeth to it, Arwayman. Bayeux fleetly.
Bayeux that Arwayshire!
Men of armies! A great
Crossbow and Hawking! Bayeux Kette! We're fortgangende!
Hestes en on, Boerman. It can do.
Pressure marker. Agretes for Hestes. We're on going the Tulkas. Alunganu, Ferret.
Greetings. Into the sun.
Aggress at yourself. Hestes cometh, Arwayman. And sweep the head!
Stay ready, crossbowers!
Hestes en on, Boerman. Hestes cometh, Arwayman. Sewers ahead.
Intended moveth, getteth busy. Bayeux Kette, we are fortgangende.
Hiereth Hestes.
Kempes, lusted for head. We are going the Tulkas.
Presseth jou, Arwayman. Sewers ahead. Boa is Poliende Hestes. War of Surfeth Shatton. Ik kan het doen. Kier Asteriath, Fustate Hindwinle, Bereth. Hestes en on, Boerman.
Hey, every John, intended.
Willikin's archers had decimated the French reinforcements. But undeterred, the French mustered what troops they could and launched another attack on the castle. The hardy English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
Keep a good battle, creatures! And are to hear.
You're ready to done some work here.
Harkeneth, Aller. Reaper railings are not going. That building will be Reaper railed anon. Reaper railings are not going.
Who's a to serve? Genitas, stand in the yard. All is with. Understood.
Be ready for Hastings. Engine on the way. Sage engine for an spring out. Awaiting here in the Hester.
Obeisance,
Say yeah. For when they we sungas. For ende. What can they? Be ready for Hastings. For ende unto the friend.
Jefe mea but. Boa iskibun. So they had.
What needeth be undone?
Scoutess, you ready to read her? Scoutess, read it out her.
Alle Kenitas yard. Let them read it, Kenitas. Way Ben Shaitan!
See they to work.
Every charge and 10
Yes.
death. It will happy that he building anon.
War, have me bow, Berende! Suit their heads! Boa is Iboon.
What Bayeux in Hastings?
Athel Knitas Yara. For Arneth, Mr.
Manganal awaiting Hastings. On the way new. Understood. Down a shot? Aye. Here in the Hester. Aye, plain Castende. Understood. Duende hit. Engine, out of the way! It's in chest and you ready for Hastings? Moving, clean, search engine!
Benita, standende Yara. Ich liebe to hear it.
Beyond us, tears!
Grace it yourself.
Seja engine yard. Sage, engine Berende!
Knitas, another side. Let us read it, Knitas!
Seja engine yard.
Alakin andente to serve.
Manganal awaiting Hastings.
Knitas, another side.
Manganel Yara. On of the way, no!
Knitas, standende Yara. Utrina, now Apple Tulkas! Let us read it, Knitas!
Manganal awaiting Hastings. Alayat Seja.
An are to hear.
Listen. Yay. Duende hit.
Athel Knitas Out reader, thou Athel Tulkas.
Manganel Yara. Destroyeth him.
All Knitas Yara.
Manganel Yara. Moving in Search engine. Oh!
Look, you'll be at the ready, Frecket. To read it through.
Seja Ingeniara. Verkünde hem.
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault.
It's never to hear them! Apokritas, ja! Knitas, into the sun! All be on the way, Mende! Let us go! Knit!
Ongen Jari for Hester. Carry the way, take, Ongen.
Knitas, into the sun! Ah, the ball is swiftly! Apokritas, Huber!
Every state.
Apokritas, ja! Die best good for Knitas. For honest, Mr. Apokritas. Sweden, male spirit ende! Vous êtes tout servant. Duty is none burden.
Every thing is a detent. Yeah. Awaiting Hastings!
The tenacity of Hubert de Burgh's loyal soldiers forced Prince Louis and the rebel barons to abandon their siege at Dover. And thanks to the efforts of Willikin's fearless archers, England remained in King John's hands. Prior to the defense of Dover, King John's defiance of the Magna Carta had mired England in a rebellion known as the First Barons' War. Across England, barons broke ties with the crown and seized important cities, including Rochester. With his reign under threat, John deployed his forces to retake Rochester and capture the traitors. King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester, set to retake the castle and drive out the rebel barons within. But Rochester was a formidable fortress that protected the route to London, and the rebel barons were prepared to lay down their lives to hold it. Before King John's men could hope to retake the castle, they would need to reinforce their position by capturing the village of Chatham.
Crossbowers! Bring some weapons! Weapons, Yara! Force! Stay ready, crossbowers! Open! Every channel steering! Crossbows, Yara, on the way, Tunde!
The king's men secured Chatham and began preparing for an arduous siege. Rochester's keep was protected by strong stone walls. The king's army would need mighty siege weapons to break through.
Boa is imperiende Hastings nu.
Seath to Hastings. Ick'll have that he building a knot. Ton folk already ready. Build ende that Rita nu. They off yarn to Hester's tune folk. Ick'll build.
Good sweet to happy, mate.
And Sealy he builded thing. Ick'll.
Theen Hester. Ferende, so ahead.
Every charn and 10 dead. Here ende Theen Hester. Ick'll build that for they. Epilogue is good.
Ich be boon to hear.
See fate's a worker.
King John's forces were struck by a raiding group of rebels sallying from the castle.
Dressed jou highwaymen! And sweet the yes, sir!
Boon to hear virtue guide us me way.
Hellingham at the faith!
Hastings cometh, highwaymen!
What wilt thou?
Ja. Ye fe meo, but have me bow, Berende.
See they to work.
Hearken at Valor.
Delfende is been leaf.
Arita, what needeth worker? Ik ham to Delvin. Yare to don some worker. He'll build that for they.
Fuse tol foliende Hestes. Spoilers been that way, men! Hestes and odd boremen. Sewers they have.
What needeth be undone?
What needeth be undone?
Boon to hear. Boon to hear. Me way is dead.
I think they Lister. Rita? What needeth worker?
What needeth be undone?
What shall each do?
Shula who do they may. Build ende that Rita new.
You're ready to done some work.
God swinker be may. What needeth they undo?
Means better, Yara.
He'll have that he building a knot. Yara to done some work.
Ich bin so affairben. Her shall be I her.
Send them out to me now. It's so hessa aliata. What may up in Hester?
Wooder is noteful Matera. Balding Don. Hitler is done.
What needeth be undone? Soon folk already ready. Flock in they wood, swowhead.
Seeth to Hastings. Seeth thee to work at.
And a pressure mark. Who's it to say? Yahweh.
Seeth thee to work.
Wave and Shelton! Beyond tears! Now it's Suter! Something to share.
Build ende that Rita new. With the Shulichka. It will be done. It come, it's on the before!
An eye to hear it.
Tharler.
Entendeth, Freck.
Where is the Ende?
Alle kredites Jana.
Ich liebe zu hören!
Wien Hest.
Ich liebe zu wecken. War of servants, Scherten.
Kempes, lustet for Hastings.
Ich hier
See fate to worker. What needeth Bayeux done? Yare to done some worker.
Curse is saddle. Duende mediute. Voluende de Hesta.
Yetteth he ready for Hastings.
Dresset, yo! We are stirred!
Speremen, appoint. Let us bay that jou arm frek.
Every Chan Yar and Artemis.
We've been here, Estes. Steppeth to it, Arwaymen.
Yet they're ready, crossbowers. Crossbowers, stirreth you.
What needeth Bayeux done?
Boa is the boon. Arwaymen, gongende is burden.
Rita, what needeth worker?
Yare to done some work. See they to work.
He'll have that he building another.
Look jou wie het hier is shall leiden jou.
See thing to work, yeah? work, eh? He'll build that for they.
Crossbow's Yara on the way, tender.
What needeth be undone? He'll have that he building anon.
No, Tulkes. Second yard.
Weapons ready! On fire!
What needeth be undone?
What needeth be undone?
What needeth be undone? He'll build that for thee.
Trebuchet is none more dead. Adita Yara armors! Fort Fenner!
Harkeneth alla. Seeth to Hastings. Beoth yard to Hastings, toonfolk. That for they.
Give me Hastings. It will avail done.
Beoth yard to Hastings, toonfolk. You'll then do that right to know.
Get it to Swinkin, toonfolk. Build ende that Rita new.
Fuse to say rede for. Alles with it. Yea, ik kam ganda.
What will thou?
Yeah.
See thee to work, eh?
Hey, every chance. Intended. You go have that he building and on.
Boon, thy will be it done.
Aye.
Beoth yard to Hestes, toonfolk. To done some work. Every charm and 10 death. He'll build that for thee.
Right, what needeth work?
Obeisance is ade atu. Gritus! In the next house! Let get those readers! Gritus! Gritus! Ja!
Thine Hester.
Each understood. Alrita. See they to work.
Jerweth of blood on bar.
Anna fresher marker.
Give them a Hester! Helden! Serende nu!
Every charm and 10 death.
What wilt thou? Harlinus liters me way.
Alrita.
King John's men discovered that the castle was being resupplied by a stream of traders. They had the opportunity to weaken the rebellion by eliminating the castle's supplies.
It is Sita for actors. Look out at me no word. Fair. Before me on the way, Tende! Let us guard!
Over the chan. Intended.
Commander, so will it be.
You ready for Hastings? Forward that this is a building and the building well.
King John's men came to St. Margaret's Monastery. Although the monks would not take sides, they would provide medical care for wounded soldiers. The local market was also open to trade with Chatham.
We have an Hestes coming on. Now, young men, attendant. Look out to armors! More off! We can't need you to... The Obey and Reader Folk! Obeisance is me order! Come on, friends! Forth the word!
Where should it come moving? Rather so I can. Our way in Flem, that is men. I've gone to a new taste instead. Very to a new chef instead. And Glau, Hester. Each obey.
Let us
Sest out to me! Who's thou designest?
Prospering is not there. Come the bay on his shotgun.
The way shall be the dead bay, be thee will. Ich will folgen die Hastings.
We are obeying his shotgun!
Say our way in Flem. That is men.
Take your aim and low, stirring. Where is for wearing both?
Our way, men! Wait, Hastings!
Crossbows at the ready!
We're standard yard to command.
Sergeant, your behest shall be done.
Crossbows in ready!
Estes, what need is bracing? It will be done. Siege artillery's moving out.
Breakfast. We will have in Hester. Hester is yet. And we can pledge!
Trebuchet are Deaton. What Estes? So het moving to Newstead. Shading at out!
Beoclum, men. Nu Hestes. Ik doe wat de het! That's beyond us! Du have the Listen into their ranges. Hestes. What need to halt?
Our men, both guns to a yard men have hit our men. Each cannon fully in Hestes. We are moving! Und Glau, Hester, each obey! Come on, the man! Your
Obedience to virtue is
Estes for the Trebuchet. Hit will be all done. Ankarben in the Sage on ship. Austrian the Sage on ship. Getting on the hit.
Hearken thou all. We have a tested. You'll get this building, you build it for me. Building to put it up.
With the traders eliminated, the king's army had struck a blow to the rebels in the castle. With supplies critically low, the rebel commander discharged his weakest fighters, hoping to preserve what little food remained. Fearing further dissent against his rule, King John ordered safe passage for the surrendered rebels away from Rochester. The king's men discovered the farmlands that supplied the rebels at Rochester. If the rebels lost access to the food supplies, some of them would be forced to flee.
Hearken to Hastings, young men.
Where should he drive? Abideth, our way men. Sine Hestes on said spot.
Ich shall obey.
Aye. We have an Hastings coming on. Your company will be welcome, Freckus.
Our way men. Yet have Hestes illigatis and non-burden.
Send them it then. Yes, sir. You will gang and fare through it.
Elder figure. What Hastings?
What needest thou of me? You're ready for the next worker on the roller. Ready to go. Ickle ren the dare to brood.
Trebuchet are beaten! What is this?
The wind shall keep it at bay, the theme will.
Freckus, we will have in Hastings and on reach.
Obedience to virtue is wailful.
Hestes for the ending. Trebuchet are beaten. What is this?
Intended. Hestes are coming. He'll get this building. He builded for thee. Building to put an over.
Hearken to Hastings, young men. Stirring men, be thinking on the spoil.
Ich shall obey.
Understood.
Good a worker, done a Rita. Lock as greater. Ready to gone. All good to do none thick.
Yeah? What needest thou of me?
Inform me that this is the building and the building well.
Labor, good a worker. Good a worker, done a Rita. Lock as greater. Labor, good a worker.
Hastings for the Trebuchet.
I'll mess ill.
Ready to go? He'll get this building. Yeah, you ready for Hastings? You ready for the next worker on the roller? Yeah, you ready for Hastings?
Inform me that this...
Oh, none resta for the druid. Ready to go.
Inictus fusiontel nites fortwardes, to Mikel glory.
Ali set. Ready for earn your sporers.
Hastings for the Trebuchet.
A big beater! Hastings on sale!
Trebuchet on beacon. What Hastings?
Do ya, men. Attend.
The way shall guide that way be thee. Hell shall be restored. The way shall guide that way be thee. Agent? Yes, sir.
Me weapon napis. Yef me work.
You ready for the...
And the rest step for this druid. Ready to go? Building to put it on.
Nites urcesonis ferri. Io bear be the letter. Come on.
Intended. We aren't waiting for the Hastings villains. Ah, Rita. Ich held a suethay commander. Each hill. Building to put an offer.
Han är hästen. Mitt blodet sten.
Carduna Rita, Locke's greater.
Haven cunning shots, bannen by glory.
Where Nitas are near Nitas?
Into the saddle, Rocky operator and Desteres Hunch. The commander is Clara.
Hearken to Hestus, young men. Fourth word. They hiding at the back. Fourth word. They hiding at the back. Me weapon now. Ich'll fain obey the
Hestes, any mon trespasser, him is shed.
Elder Thinker. What Hestus?
Commandant me. Pure Hestes will be a lasting in point.
Yeah? What needest thou of me?
We're taking calls now! No, young men. Attend. God, where to think them before, Fulcus!
Yeah. You ready?
Be ready to read a Uta.
The Hester is Yankman! Fourth word! Nay, hiding at the back!
Who's aim to go?
Breakers, we will have it head.
You hearken to me, Hestes.
An onore to do.
You have the Hestes for me.
We have an Hestus coming on. He shall do anywhere.
Sergeant at armes, yare produte.
Me weapon napis. Yef me work. Breakers, obeisance is me honor.
What shall he do? Reading Uts what?
Surge engines at the ready.
Who's it to go? Here the Hester. What should he do? Reading out Swahed. You ready to read up who the Hester is playing?
Come on. We have an Hestus coming on.
Hester's coming for us.
Be obey and read a fall. Ik on me duty. Assailing without a ruther.
Reporting, foes near B!
No, young men, attend.
It shall obey. Your will is me.
It is ready for commanders!
Hearken to Hastings, young men.
Hastings coming for us.
The Hastings, yes. Your company will be welcome. Witnesses, are you ready for school? Obeisance is me honor.
With the farms alight, King John's chokehold on the rebels was tightening. Cut off from all hope of resupply, more of the rebels were forced to abandon the fight.
You wait me, Hastings. Hearken to Hastings, young men. You obey, be the letter. Stirring men, be thinking on the spoil.
Be ready to read it out. On they move, Swowhead.
New, young men, attend. Look out to armors! Move up!
Hearken you all, Arita every chat, Baron Uta.
Fingers always reckless misleader!
Think he'll get this building he builded for they? He foreway that this is he builded and he builded well.
We are taking towers on us! We have in Hastings. Witnesses, are you ready? Read a form. He called me duty. Fourth weld. They hiding at the back. Breakfast. We will have in Hastings unknown read. Obeisance is me honor. We obey and read a form. Breakfast. An honor to go on that.
Leave a good worker and make a thing. Go to work at Donarita. Look is
Allah is a deep. The Hastings will be obeyed.
Elder thing.
The set doing that soon.
Address a bay at a word to touch.
Freckers, Hastings for the engine. Ollie Packard unmoving. Assaulting, nothing will be leavened.
ready to hear and Hastings.
The Sage engines are ready. It will be done.
Need to take this tea.
This uncommon. Allah is a cushion. We are following the Sage engine, ya Freckers. Iron men. Following the artillery.
cavalry on a ready holiday.
The Hastings will be obeyed. Good day. That will end. Sage engines at the ready. Get and buskin. Engines are moving. Sage engines, team to leave it.
Hester's coming. Forward, men. Swore.
Hearken to Hestus, young men. We have an Hestus coming on. Your company will be welcome, Frankis.
Here are new Hestus. Hard men, following the artilleries. Forward! True and well, Allah is a dita. Engines, letten hemfällen ur Führer.
Young men. Obey and read a fall. The Heste is Yev. No, young men, attendant. Come and Fred!
Ready to go. What need a stand?
We're obeying the shotgun!
Coming. Building to put an upper.
Is he gone? The Sage engines are springald and detent. What is this? The Sage engines are ready. Dan carving in the runkers. Hester's coming. Fourth wards! Be only ready to fight.
We have an Hestus coming on. Obeisance is me honor.
Obedience to virtue is waning.
Trebuchet are beaten! Allah is a dita!
Rochester's outer wall crumbled to King John's men, and they descended on the keep.
Good day. We have new Hestus. Doing that new! Weapons of the way! Forward! Osprey and Hawk! Sage engines up and ready. Listen, I do not mission. Hestus for the engine. Getting on with it.
Frankis, we will have in Hestes and on read.
We'll take the paws on us!
Lining at the back.
Allah is a teacher! Following the...
Hearken to him, hearken to him. Money will be won from Frankis.
Scouts are reporting your force remain! This is a Brémule! Company will be won!
Half an Hestes, we still stand. We think you're not despoiled. Do young men, attention. Frankis, we will have an Hestes.
Come, we shall see them before!
Sage engines
at the ready.
Move in, Ogins.
Scouts reporting!
There's
Those near
Ogins.
me!
Team to leave.
Rex, become me duty. We are taking victory!
The Hastings will be obeyed. Allah is getting on me.
We have an head forward. They're hiding at the back. Hawking Armourers!
Says Ogins at the ready. Moving Ogins. Agent on hit. Ogins, listen!
New young men, attendant. Stirren men, we have an Hastings an honore to do.
Landcarping and doing that do. That will I be all done.
Breakers, we will obey, be the letter.
The way shall guide that way, be thee will.
Hastings for the Trebuchet.
Way haveth Hastings. He forway that hit in the building, and he builded well. If he'll get this building, he builded for thee.
Sirs, Ogins, at the ready. Ogins are moving. It will be all done. That will be all done.
Hearken to Hastings, young men. Iobea, be the letter.
The Sage Ogins are ready. But Allah is a Dieter! The Hastings will be obeyed.
New young men, attendant. Common friends, come beware, be ready weapons. Coming on. Look out, armors! More up!
Sir John Jeeves, at the ready. The Hastings will be obeyed. The Hastings will be obeyed.
Breakers, we will have the Hastings and on reef.
We are being shot at!
Look out, armors! More up! New young men, attendant. The Hastings yet. Hearken to Hastings, young men. Obeisance is me honor.
Coming through! Hastings! What need is pressing? Doing that that nu. Alla is a dita. Getten busken. Engines are moving. Serge engines, teams are leaving. Trebuchet are Deaton. What has this? Getting on mid-hit. Estes for the engine. That will I be done. Says hit will I be done. That will I be done. Waiting for it. Are it done? Moving engine. This says engine be only shotted. Getting busken. Engines are moving. Are it done? Moving engines. Getting on mid-hit. Hit will I be done. Getting busken. Engines are moving. Says engines. Teams are leaving. Are it done? Moving engines. Doing that now.
Who's thou habest me hunter? Ikil build.
Send them a fort. Starting the way of creature. Send them a thing, get us to. Command the men. Your lab.
What need an anaport? Mi spere isti.
Address me at a word.
Hastings for moving the artillery's due. The Hastings will be obeyed. Trebuchet are Deaton. What Hastings? The Serge engines are erased.
Engine awaiting on commander.
What shoulder thy engine do?
Engine on the move. Rammer ready. Moving to and soaking.
Engine is bleeder.
Rochester's inner wall finally gave way, and the keep was laid bare for the taking.
Engine, be ready to assault her. The Serge engines are ready. Listen, and do not mission.
Pusheth our way, man, and heareth to Hastings.
Each cannon bullion. We have an Hastings coming on all. Guard we to finden the fire, Focus!
Sir, that will I be all done. Doing that too. It will I be all done. It will I be the Serge engines are here. Let us Uskan.
Be working nothing. And on honor, do not meet us. Start men. Let's take them on the spoil. Breakers, we will have it Hastings. Your man, I'm readable.
Estes for the Trebuchet.
In a little big shot.
The artillery. Ah, is a data.
Taking fire.
Footwork. Be only ready for punch. Serge engines at the ready. Ah, is a data. Serge engines. Team delivered.
Liberty ready for the shot. Company will be welcome, Fracas. The Hester is yet. Your company will be welcome, Fracas! Niches, start up the well, Niches, are you ready? You're an officer! No, for the welder!
Crackers, the Hestes are here. Weapons at the ready! March!
We are paying the Joshanan!
Is he ready for some...
Getting on mit hit! Mit the Serge on chain! Baron! Getting on mit hit! That will be all done! Baron, following the artillery!
This is for them to fly!
Hastings for the engine! Serge engines at the ready! The Serge on poster and the Serge engine! Baron, following the artillery! Getting on mit hit! Mit the Serge engine!
Harken to Hastings, young man. Han har nöden to go that. Economy duty.
Alla is getting Bosken. Engine.
No, young man. Our company will be welcome.
Send us out with reckless misdeed!
Trebuchet and Tinchebray, what has this? Try and far. The Hastings will be obeyed. This Serge engine, the only shot us.
What wilt thou havest me do?
Mispere ispi. Mispere ispi.
Yeah, you ready for Hastings? It'll get this building and build it for
Ready!
Away men! Get men and air to Hastings! Away men! Way moon and Bayana! Away moon! I'm here at the Hastings!
Serge engines at the ready! Doing that do!
Abide, Arwayman, steer.
Harken to our company will be welcome.
Raining Arwayman! Serge engine fellas, we are yet on Duke Hastings at this dotters.
Abide, Arway, turn your gear, Arway.
Where neatest?
Ich shall not be vet.
Away men! Yeffen and air to Hastings! Wieder Hastings on Sal!
Hastings for the top winning! Rissing the bow! Assaulting! Nothing will be left!
Who's thou havest me, hunter?
No, young men. Attend calm at the command. Forthwith. They're hiding at the back.
Economy duty!
Hastings! What?
Arway, get down your gear, Arway.
Go ahead, moving to Newstead. The Hastings will be obeyed. Trebuchet and Hastings! Trebuchet and Eton! What Hastings doing that do? You think deputy found?
Hastings coming on.
Trebuchet and Eton! What Hastings for the engine? Harry Bucket, I'm moving! Hastings! What siege artillery's moving? Hastings for the Trebuchet! Hastings, hit will they be all done? Ah, like
The great keep at Rochester fell at the hands of the king's army, securing both the castle and the route to London. While the fight for England raged on, a desperate King John clung to the throne. When forces loyal to King John undermined Rochester Castle, it spelled doom for the rebels inside. Within days, they had surrendered. But the rebel barons weren't done yet. Their ally, Prince Louis of France, had sent an invasion force to help the barons overthrow King John. Then, in late 1216, the king fell ill with dysentery and died. His son, just 9 years old, was crowned King Henry III. It was now up to the young king's regent, the 70-year-old legendary knight William Marshal, to protect the crown. He faced a near impossible challenge. England was crumbling. Rebels were taking town after town. But William Marshal bided his time and prepared to defeat the rebels. Then in May 1217, he got the chance that he'd been waiting for. William discovered that the rebels planned to simultaneously besiege both Dover Castle and Lincoln Castle. With rebel forces split and weakened, William Marshal led his royalist army to Lincoln. The castle on one side of the city was still controlled by royalists, under its formidable constable, Lady Nicola de la Haye. But the streets of the city were under rebel control. On May 20th, 1217, the Royalist Relief Force, led by William Marshal, arrived to retake the rebel-controlled city. The future of England rode on the success of this mission. Troops loyal to the king held the castle at Lincoln, while outside, rebels controlled the city. The defenders had to hold the castle until reinforcements arrived, under the command of the King's Knight, William Marshal.
Seat to Hastings.
Hastings cometh, our women. Hastings and on, Boerman. Bayeux sleepily on the stairs.
Men of armes, at die verf to en men of armes, og krekter du så du hettest. Tord Falconry ready!
See they to worker!
See they to worker!
No, it's
Be of guard to Hastings! Reddet in Hastings!
May a boat.
Hey, every John! Intent, all state door. Aye. He'll do that now. Here and in Hester. Stir a through to every John. He'll go on block of send them to me. What?
What may have been Hastings?
Thine Hastings.
Boa is if boom.
And are to hear it.
Yerwe for blood on bar.
Yare to done some worker. Wooda is noteful mater.
What may have been Hastings?
You're right to done some work. Hearkeneth all.
Obeisance is
Every
ane
John. Intended.
What needeth Bayonne done?
What wilt thou? Yerwe for blood on bar. Temet of Faran to see.
Knitas. In other sort, read it. Thou apple tulkus. Forwardes on berisen, Knitas.
Men of armes habiden.
And are to hear it. Alle smith. Forth Fernande. What a work, Ellie.
Arita, what needed working? Sjónes, jáden, tunnels.
Du så du härdast. Alle forth warde freckes. Mit baldenes.
Every shot and of armes. A granted for store.
Yet just be ready for Hastings. Duty is none but dead. Who's it to serve?
We haven't been a gun.
Alle Knitas Jan.
Sjónes, Yare, Todon. Send them after me.
Every shot, yada.
Travail to dawn, men of armies. Every chant yard.
There we go. Within Gangande.
Knitas, stand in the yard. Apple Knitandente to serve.
See they?
Hearkeneth all. Yeah, so with the head.
Obeisance is ane at du.
What beoth in Heston? Verundet, Yerwe for each fortheth. What wilt thou? If what beoth in Heston? Each obey thine head. What will alas, Yerwe for alas, dittest to Faran. Send them at each sewer Hessa, send them at the Mina Hessa Shul.
Jeppe med och bort. Man.
Who's it? Apple Knitas Jan. Certes. Come and swing them! Knitas! In the sun! Andente to servant!
See they to worker.
At last, the King's Knight William Marshal arrived with his forces. While a hard battle remained, there was now hope for the young King's army. In order to liberate the city surrounding the castle, William Marshal commanded the King's men to destroy the military buildings belonging to the rebels. William Marshal's forces were welcomed in Stowe, a nearby town loyal to the king.
the Hastings. See the Ferrum.
Sleepeth good battle, Cretus.
Legados Rina! Cretus, Jar! Mot Rina, thou awful Tulkes!
Thy Hestes!
Cretus, stand in the yard! Cretus, put up Milstaya Pen! Certas! Cretus! Yard! Cretus! Stand in the yard! Today is now or never! Cretus! Yard! Beamish! For wonders and miracles! It's living to hear it! And get to some! Let us read us, Cretus! Give them good battle, Cretus! Give them the too much onwards!
Cretus, stand in the yard.
Fort Warning and Arnie on the Swindon!
We done this, so ahead!
And Farmer! Spinner on a foreman!
What needeth be on every charm and 10 death?
The king's men tore through the rebel fortifications, diminishing the enemy's military presence. The castle now faced a new attack from the rebels' French allies.
For order, Cretus! Get ready, crossbowers, and present your balance!
Arthur Cretus yard.
It's living to hear it!
God's swinker have been made.
If the king's men hoped to lift the French siege, they would need to destroy the enemy forts on the outskirts of Lincoln.
Weapons ready! On fire! Attention, your armors! On fire! Cretus, stand in the yard! Cretus, in the shot! Cretus, yard! All of Cretus, yard!
Obeisance is Arne Artu!
Sweden, Bayeux,
The king's army had almost regained control of the city.
Arthur Cretus yard. And brace it yourself.
Yeah, Hestus.
Arthur Cretus, yard! Crossbow, yard, under weapons, yard!
The king's army razed the last of the rebels' military buildings, but the French siege continued.
Stand in the yard! Not shall live then! Today is none more done! Astronomy, me swerda! Here are
Cretus, into the sun.
Safe to Hastings. Uda is notful man.
Safe to Hastings. Ik ham to Delvin. Hark
looking at, Darler?
If you're having that, he's building or not.
What needeth be undone? He can build it. You're right to done some work. Well, then they that right to know.
It is honest with him.
What needeth be see they to work? This shula who do they make? Fresh air and harder swing. And seal ye build.
Widow Shul each scouter be ready to read her. Go end me duty.
The way is clear.
Hastings cometh.
Lutan, cometh on.
Look at you be at the ready, Freckes. He shall lay the you.
See they to work, They'll fend they is.
Yare to don some work. Brokende woodoo swow hands. Bayeux yard to Hastings to folk.
Ich habe ihn bald. There be the Pilates upon us.
Will they that for they?
Yare to done some work, Eagle haveth that he building and we are parting our sword, but in this needeth be undone.
It is Sitha for us.
Stay on the boat!
Oh, be on the way, Tender. Let us see things over there. On me way.
Now, the boat and Ferende!
What needeth be undone?
Freckes Hawking. Nu Hastings. Foliende Hastings.
What? I think they listen.
What needeth be undone? See they yea tit to end.
All the
Knightes Jan! Knightes, in den Tag! Orne Victory! Knightes, stand in the yard!
Trebuchet, yo! We are scattered!
What Knightes may on do?
Look at you be ready, Freckes.
It's in Shepherd!
With the Schwerendes zo ahead. Ik heb dat. Hand in it. De rende nu. Ridende pot. Ik heb on de vader.
See thee to work, yeah?
Yet the Certes.
Certes!
Knight Dute is not more dead. It's live to hear it. And then take to serve. Let us read it, Knightes.
Hey, English armors, sure! Need to be ready for commanders! Look out to armors! Full up!
Villains, be ready and away. Letting us move out of villains. Get ready for the next worker on the run. He forward that hit it and build it, and he build it well. He'll get this building, he build it for they.
Hearken to Hest, fourth word. They hiding at the back.
Who's agent? On they move, Swowhead.
The bowmen! Arrested here! No!
Raiding out Swowhead.
Accoyer, Tolketh, and attendant.
Freckes, your company will be welcome, Freckes.
Andre Arvelas! Help back!
What needest thou of me?
Gloria!
Tolketh, unsteered, narrow with bearing through Hela.
Gladsome Tite welcome. It shall obey.
It's late! We are dead on ransom!
Wash, bearing to, and be gedern your gear, Arway, men Hestes, who's thou habest me hunter? Arway and Flem, That is address me at a word. Anglau, Hester. It sayest thou to me, at gone to an Tasenstown. Our women, yet have an heir to Hestes. Our women, steer. Why should it dress an hour? Each cabinet, all
Send the Hestes Becklon and to
There are ways of moving us! We are here!
This is Steed, Old Reader!
Rengus, Bayeux.
Wolfgang Brackets!
Pusheth our women, and here to Hestes.
Nu i Hastings yet.
Bayeux and Yaralaster! No!
We have an Hastings coming on.
Men, following the artillery. Siege artillery's moving.
We have a Hestes. Building to put an...
Send us always blacklist this leader!
Yeah, you ready?
Intended.
And the rest for the Shrewd. Ready to go.
Send them a thing, yes, sir.
Address me at a Ikambu.
Come on, the man. On way, send them a thing. Under yet.
Sayest thou at guarding to
A vida board, rende to come on, the man. Yes, sir.
whose thou habest me? Ikambu thing, rata sue. Sayest thou, ikil not address me at bearing to and why should it dress? Sine Hestes, sayest thou to our way in fled, why should it dress? Hestes ill.
Send them a forth. Yes, sir. Come on, the man. Rende to close. Send them a thing. Your behest shall be done.
Whose thou habest sine Hestes on cell on spot.
Abida bode, your hest send them a forth. Understood. Abida bodes on way on day. Gangande to Anna Malay the arms.
Where obey? Read a form. Obeisance is me honor.
Yeah. You ready, villains? It is time to get things done. He bore way that hit is a builded, and he builded well. Almost ilke he do what he can do.
Hestes, what nick?
Ready to go.
Hearken, Allah, Hestes aren't coming. Good a worker, done. Hearken, Allah, Hestes aren't coming.
Nites, Urchesor is firm. Frekes, we will have an Hestes on read.
Trebuchet are deep moving the artillery's new.
We are taking fire!
Moving to Newstead.
Hearken to Hastings, young men.
Niet eens Rochester! Anonone to Donald!
Your Hestes will
Niet eens voet information is me honor!
Hestes already packed and proven.
Niet eens vuur aan honore to do.
Obedience to steering sewer ahead.
We can fame mid that. Villains, ready and awaited. Think he'll get this building he builded for they?
We have an Hestes coming on all.
Economy. Put on the Hestes. Dute is to Hera. Raiding ut swa commanded.
New young men, attention. Guardway to
Attendant! Hestes aren't coming. Building to put an up. He'll get this building, he built it for they.
Hearken to Hestes, young men. He obey, be the letter.
Hestes, what need is pressing?
We have an Hestes coming on all. He obey, read up all.
Address me at O'Ikilna, address me at Garling to sayest thou to me, Anglau Hest, whose thou habest our way in phlegm, that pusheth our waymen, when our waymen. Hestes coming, Hestes coming.
Look at this, it
Acoyeth Tolkes, Drenges, Tolkes, nu Hestes. Acoyeth Tolkes, and attendant.
Drek, man honore to do that. Come friends, for the weather, be ready weapons.
He shall do anywhere.
Captain reporting, foes near me!
Hestes for the engine!
Wearing again, Bendis Yerasa!
Obeisance is me onward. Sterling men, be thinking on the spoil. Well, Nicholas, are you ready for the me duty?
The king's men uncovered one of the French forces' siege camps near Lincoln.
For the engine! You think destiny Hastings for the Trebuchet! Bruising the foe! Getting on me!
Ik vaar de baas op reach wissenes. En met vet left the path to fail from thee. Ik wil volgen die.
Nitas! Orcheson is fel!
Command your will is medita.
You ready to read the Utna? The Hester is playing.
What shall he do? Going there written on.
Hastings! What then is this? That will it be all done?
The king's army tore through the French fort, weakening the enemy's siege.
Are you ready for stew?
He called me duty.
Go there. We have no Hastings.
Fourth well. They hiding at the back.
Hastings for the engine. Pressing the foe. Arresting sewer head. You think death to the foe.
Rex, we will have Hestes on Henri. Common friends! Fort awareness! Be ready weapons! Elder thinker.
What Hestes? Why should he dress an hour?
Come on, the man! You blind yeoman, you bury! Yes, send them at four! And then that be the morning! And bastard get send them at they get arresting us, Easter! Send them at they get to store for the world! It's smelling that beyond!
Oh, Fröhlich Day! Nitas! Orcheson is fairly!
Send them at four.
We have a Hastings. Working up Nina. If I'm on me way. Intending. Building, putting upper.
We're in again, spending the Yarasa!
Trebuchet are Deaton. What Hestes? Come on, then. Telling that on return. Ich shall obey.
Inchin.
Address me at a worthy but a task. Address
Going to Bickeren's
worship. Each can of volley sayest thou to me. Who's thou desire?
Unglau Hester, each obey. He hunger.
Who's thou havest?
Hester's ilka.
Where should he
He kill not.
Address me.
Strike.
Sayest thou to
Going for.
Who's thou?
Your behead. Send them a thunder. Send them a forth.
Follower.
Send them a thing.
Stricken.
Who's thou?
He hunger.
Send them a forth.
Yes, sir.
Come on, the man.
Yes.
Abida boarded.
Follow.
Send them a thing.
Thunder.
Come on, the man.
Stricken to un.
Address me at a
Away.
worship.
Each can of.
Send them a
Stricken.
Sayest thou to
Striking.
Who's thou have?
Each of.
Abida boarded.
Your Hester shall be obeyed.
The way shall lead to that bay, be thee will.
Understood.
He ready to raiding out swa commanded. The Hester is playing.
Bayeux ferring is norte. We have the Heste is yen. He obey, be the letter.
Look out to armors! Move up!
Hearken to Hestes, young men.
Fleet! We are being undrasted!
Elder figure. What Hestes? New young men, attendant. Stirring men, be thinking on the spoil.
Guardway to finden the ball, Tulkas!
Hestes zuhet, moving to Hestes, siege artillery's moving out. Hestes, what need is bracing?
spirit. Whither shall
Hearken to our company will be welcome, Frankers. Bayeux and Rochester, no, forth the word!
We are being shot at!
Away, men! We're mooning begar, away, men! We are moving! Wieder Hestes on Sal on Spy!
Commanding me.
Frankers, we will have Hestes on Henri. Bayeux and Rochester, no, forth! No, young men, attendant.
Ancarving in the rockers.
Frankers, we will have Hestes. Come on, friends! Forth the
Rengus, madmen and glory awaited! Second men! We are
Trekkers, your Hestes aren't here.
Forwards! Be only ready to fight!
Tolkes, nu Hestes. Ich kann es voll Hestes.
He cannot miss you! He's Crossbow herring is noted. Conne beoni shotte. Nay, rocking. Aim and low, Crossbow. What would thou havest me do? Obeshing the Hester.
A bide, Arwen still!
Where is for wearing and boldness? That must on this corner for a yapis.
Push him, Arwen men! A bide,
Crossbows, he ran.
Why should he dress an Arwen?
Luften in of their ranges. Hestes. Ferren.
We have Hestes stirring, men. They're thinking on the spoil.
Hestes fellows, Hestes.
Footward. They're hiding at the back.
Obeisance is me.
Trebuchet are Deaton. What Hestes?
Send them under Yeton. If far to metta me well.
Nitas. In good fettle no. No, young man. He obey.
Send them, yes, sir. Ich can do that.
Nitas, it is tea. Nitas. Good 3 and 4. Hearken to Hestes, young men.
Getting on meeting!
Frankers, we will have Hestes.
Looking out to armors! More up!
Hestes! What Nedes Blitzinger!
To Hestes, young men.
No Hestes.
Hestes, come.
Can't we to fit in the forward, Fulcus?
Ready to go. Intended. If you'll get this building, he build it for
Father, on this way!
Yes, sir.
Hestes for the engine! Hestes for the engine! Hestes for the mangonite! Hestes! What doing that do?
William Marshal and Nicolas de la Haye had saved the city, and with it, the kingdom. Guédelon in France. To understand how castles were constructed, they're building one from scratch, using just the tools and materials of the medieval age. It's a 25-year project, the world's biggest archaeological experiment. The most important defensive feature of any castle was the wall surrounding it.
Castle walls had to be incredibly thick in order to resist attack and absorb the impact of projectiles fired from trebuchets.
The curtain wall was over 20 feet deep, interspersed with towers. In earlier Norman castles, they were square. But while on crusade, European knights saw that eastern towers were round. They realized that eliminating corners not only made them stronger, but also provided a better view of the surrounding landscape. Completing the walls will take some 30,000 tons of sandstone.
Transport costs in the Middle Ages were incredibly expensive. So having a good supply of local stone close to the castle was vital.
To extract it from the quarry, first a row of holes is hand-drilled.
Once all the holes are ready, I'm ready to put in the iron wedges, and I'm ready to split it open by hitting very hard on each wedge with a big sledgehammer.
The stone is split into usable blocks, then transported using horsepower and human effort. This treadwheel crane can lift up to half a ton.
The walls are built like sandwiches. On the outside, you have facing walls built from better quality stones. And the inside, the rubble cores, they're built with softer stones and other offcuts from the quarry. And they're built up in layers with a very thick, coarse mortar.
This ingenious method makes the walls better able to withstand hits from a trebuchet. Sandstone is too hard to be carved into intricate windows, vaults, and steps. Instead, softer, more expensive limestone is used. These sophisticated building techniques make castles the ultimate feats of medieval engineering. It's a testament to their construction that so many still stand today. One weapon more than any other dominated warfare in the Norman period: the crossbow. 14th century crossbows like this were the culmination of centuries of development. With limbs made of steel, they were incredibly powerful. But earlier Norman crossbows had limbs made of wood.
There was a limit to how powerful these wooden bows could be.
So the idea that Norman crossbows were a powerful weapon is really a myth. Despite this, they were effective at medium range, and that was enough in battle. Drawing the bow repeatedly took a lot of strength. Thankfully, help was at hand.
A crossbowman spanned his weapon with a device called a belt and claw.
This gave him extra leverage, allowing him to use his back and legs to draw the string.
Crossbowmen were vulnerable on a battlefield, so they carried large shields called pervises, so they could hunker down behind, load, pop up, shoot, and then duck back down again to reload.
Crossbows were accurate, took less training, and used cheaper ammunition than the longbow. Most importantly, you could wait to take your shot, so they were perfect for siege situations. To protect crossbowmen when they were defending castles, they used specially built wooden galleries, called hoardings. But shooting down towards an approaching enemy presented its own problems. how to stop the bolt from falling off the crossbow before it could be shot.
What they did is just place the thumb loosely on the top of the bolt, which is just enough with light pressure to hold it in place.
Around 1200, the Norman wooden crossbow was superseded by a new design, the composite bow. With limbs made from horn and sinew, they could be made more compact than a wooden bow. And they could deliver up to 4 times the punch. They were, however, more expensive. So whether on the battlefield or the castle rampart, simple wooden crossbows remained the main weapon of the day. By 1100, the medieval knight was dressed from head to toe in mail.
Mail is really like a metal fabric. It moves and behaves like a cloth, but is actually made of hundreds and thousands of interlocking iron rings.
It could turn and deflect a sword blade.
As an armor, mail didn't work all by itself. It needed the addition of a padded coat. The coat absorbed the shock of the blow, whilst the mail turned away the cut. Together, they formed an incredibly effective protection.
The first stage in making mail was to create wire to the right thickness. To do this, it was pulled through a drawing plate, which had a series of ever smaller holes, until you got wire of the desired gauge.
To make the rings, we wind the wire onto a mandrel.
And then we take it off the mandrel and cut the rings.
So I've flattened the overlapping ends of the ring, and I've pierced a hole through it. And now Nick has to put a rivet in it. The basic construction of mail would be a ratio of 4:1. So each ring goes through 4 of its fellows. Here you can see I've made a set of 5, which will then be joined to other sets of 5 to create a sheet of mail.
Mail had to be tailored to a perfect fit. It had to be shaped for feet and legs, arms and hands, and, of course, the head. A skilled mail maker could make very precise shapes.
Of course, for more complicated parts of the body, like elbows, we can actually tailor it in 2 different directions at the same time.
Yeah, so if we fold this in half, we have an elbow.
One of the main benefits of tailoring in mail was that it meant a knight didn't have to carry a single ring of extra weight that he didn't need to.
The mail to cover a knight from head to toe required about 200,000 rings.
High-status knights would have had their mail edged with gold, but most importantly, it had to be functional.
Clad in mail with his shield and helmet, the knight was well equipped to face the weapons of the day. Norman domination over England was marked by their imposing castles and new laws. But one passion of theirs also impacted the land: hunting. The Norman nobility, both men and women, shared a love of hunting with birds of prey. To preserve their hunting grounds, they took ownership of the land and outlawed hunting by commoners. Falcons hunt by flying to a great height, then dive-bombing their prey. They are kept hunting fit, using a lure, a pad of leather with bait attached. This prepared them for catching their prey, usually other birds such as rooks and pheasants. While out hunting, a falcon might give chase to its prey far from the party. So, riders would follow them cross-country on horseback to witness the action. After a falcon had caught its prey, it was fed and would not fly again that day. This meant many birds had to be taken on a hunt to keep the nobility entertained. Rather than falcons being carried on horseback, which would jostle them, they were transported on a frame called a cadge. Although falconry was a horseman's sport, hawking was enjoyed on foot. Hawks, unlike falcons, have broad wings and hunt by following their prey in straight flight, often low to the ground, through woodland. Hunting by sight, a falcon's vision is highly developed. When not hunting, they were kept calm by putting on a leather hood. The darkness stopped them becoming overstimulated and restless. Lords of the sky, controlled by the lords of the land. Falcons and hawks were symbols of power and status. They were central to Norman identity. A counterweight trebuchet was the king of all siege engines. A catapult capable of smashing down castle walls from great distances. At Warwick Castle in England, they've built a replica, one of the largest in the world. Originating in 7th century China, by the 13th century, trebuchets had evolved into devastatingly powerful weapons.
Such a simple design, but so effective.
It has several key features. A pivoted arm with a weight at one end, and a sling to hold the projectile at the other. To prime, the 6-ton weight is raised using tread wheels.
So this is one of the wheels, one of two that's attached to an axle, which would lift the counterweight, weighing 6 tons. It's based on muscle power alone. What's essential about launching a projectile as far as possible is making sure that this end of the arm is moving as fast as possible. So once that weight drops, it really sends this point of the arm moving at its highest velocity.
This was done by positioning the pivot close to the counterweight and by launching the projectile from a sling. When released, the sling whips round, vastly increasing the launch speed. Trebuchets were carefully aimed, like modern guns.
In order to weaken the castle walls or even breach them, you had to make sure that the projectiles hit the same spot every single time.
For each projectile to follow the same trajectory, they all had to be the same weight and shape. To achieve this, masons used a gauge.
Now I'm going to load this projectile into the sling. Oh, this one must weigh about 25 kilograms, but some projectiles can get up to 150 kilograms. That's the weight of 2 men.
Trebuchets were also used to throw burning tar, beehives, even dead bodies. Anything to cause maximum distress to the enemy.
Did you hear that whoosh?
It was the counterweight trebuchet's lethal combination of power and accuracy that made it the ultimate medieval siege weapon.
People often imagine that castle walls were just left as bare stone, but in fact they weren't. They were plastered, painted, and decorated.
The process of making medieval paint begins in a quarry.
This is a sandstone with a really high iron content. In it, we find pockets of ochre. This is iron oxide, like rust, and the ochre is one of the main ingredients in pigment making.
First, the ochre is crushed into a fine powder.
The finer the particles in paint, the better the paint will be.
Once ground up, water is added. Then the mixture is sieved.
This is the exact opposite of making pasta at home. At home, when you sieve your pasta, you then keep it for your meal. Here, what's going to end up in the sieve will be discarding.
What's needed are the tiny particles suspended in the water.
Once it's dry, it's going to look something like this. You can see that all the water has evaporated, leaving just this very fine crust, which will then be ground into the fine pigment which is used to make paint.
But ochre's colour palette doesn't end there. If it's heated, something magical happens. Yellow ochre turns red. And heating it for even longer creates a whole spectrum of colours.
It's been burnt for over 72 hours at 1,000 degrees Celsius, and that gives us this incredible purple colour.
To turn the pigment into paint, it's bound together with egg and tree sap.
A popular motif in the Middle Ages was the use of stones and roses. That's where you paint on blocks of stone to make it look like you could afford to pay stonemasons to produce dress blocks of stone and then decorate them with 5-petaled flowers.
So, medieval castles were far from the gloomy places we imagine today. They were full of colour and light. William Marshall's success in retaking Lincoln was an overwhelming victory for the Royalists. The rebel barons had been defeated, and their French allies driven out of England altogether. William Marshall now focused on creating a stable kingdom for the young King Henry III. To maintain the backing of the rebels, in 1217, a royal seal of approval was given to a reissued Magna Carta, limiting the power of the monarchy. Many barons held lands in both England and Normandy. But now they faced a choice. On which side of the Channel would they make their home? Many chose England. The cross-Channel kingdom was over, establishing a clear English identity. But the impact of the Normans on England's evolution is still felt today. Almost 1,000 years later, the surviving Norman castles and cathedrals still dominate the landscape. In the midst of the modern city, William the Conqueror's fortress, the Tower of London, remains a powerful reminder of their legacy. But it's the unseen influence of the Normans that endures. The Norman invasion changed the English language and established the foundations of modern parliament and governance. And it's all because one man, William the Conqueror, claimed the English crown that he believed by rights was his. The Normans conquered a country and changed the course of England forever.